Well, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is, wherever you are, whenever you're watching this. For me, it is a little bit afternoon, 36 minutes afternoon to be precise. It is Monday, February 15th, 2021, an unusual weekday stream because we have the day off from work today for President's Day. So there you go. Our snow stopped as I look outside and traded out for a little bit of rain. Still plenty of snow on the ground and the roads, so there's not a whole lot for me to do, but it's a pandemic. What were you going to do anyway, right? Nothing. Nothing. Okay, so we got together on Saturday, and one of the things I started headed down the path for was removing some of the hints of test case from runner utility, which wasn't exactly what I set out to do. I set out to sort of get the V3 runner working, um, but part of getting the V3 runner working meant getting rid of any reliance on test case. Sort of obvious in retrospect that test case wasn't going to be something that was going to be able to cross over the border, and so we're moving everything to serialization. So, quick look at where we are. Um, the big thing, I don't want to review 50 files with you. That's crazy. The big thing though, like things I want to highlight are the executor side no longer has an API where you can run test cases based on test case. The only run you'll have now is the ability to run selectively based on serialization. That'll be the only selective run API, which is, I think, a reasonable thing. And then the other thing I did was I went to let's see, I'm looking for, where are you? So here's one thing that got removed. I guess that's not the best place to see it, but the option for requesting serialization used to be optional, and now it's sort of required. And so when we look at, should be up in common, test case discovered, you can see that we're no longer showing test case at all here. We do have serialization. It's not optional anymore, so I took away the nullable on that. And the note that said you'll only get this if you ask for it, because you're going to get it all the time. So serialization is going to be a required thing. Part of the other thing that I did in order to be able to do this is we were using test case during filtering, and these are the things that we need to be able to filter off of. So this is the simple test class name. This is the test class name with its namespace on it. This is a test method name, and this is just a namespace by itself. So now when you get a discovered test case, we have the metadata required to be able to do the filtering we want to do without actually having the test case object in hand. That was kind of the big thing that needed to be done. So this is, as it stands right now, should be working. Everything should be building. And the tests should all be passing. Oh, that font got really small. One moment, please. Okay, so everything's building there, and I seem to recall that I did try and run all the tests before, but we'll go ahead and try and run all the tests right now and see where we stand on the test side. I'm not done yet though, because while that's running in the background, let's talk a little bit about something that I did several weeks ago that I'm about to undo, which is I created these versions of test case and friends for the V1 and V2 framework because they were required in order to implement test case discovered, right? I had to be able to hand over a test case. And so in both of these cases, these are basically adapters. In the case of V1, an adapter from the XML, and in the case of V2, an adapter from the V2 abstractions library for the test cases. Well, now that I'm not handing those out to anybody, they shouldn't be necessary anymore. So I think that's going to be my next step this morning is to remove those. But like if I come here and I look and see who has XUnit 3 test case references, I see tests, and that's it. Which means some of these tests, which are sort of explicitly doing deserialization, we're going to have to figure out what the appropriate thing is. But like, for example, XUnit 1, which is the front controller for V1 tests, it still has a deserialize method on it, and probably a serialize method. Right. And so I don't think any of these things are necessary anymore. They're all listed as inherit doc because they used to come from the interface, but those should also go away. In fact, you can see this doesn't even have any references. So this is a holdover from the old APIs where serialization and deserialization were on the discover and executor. And the deserialized side, I'm going to guess the references here are all going to be tests. Right, or XUnit itself, which XUnit itself has also got a run version that's based on test case, which I don't think is strictly speaking what we want. So this might actually be a little bit more complicated than just like deleting these methods and saying sayonara. But we'll see. Let's see how our tests are running. We're in 32-bit land, so that's a pretty good sign. We still have TDNet broken. That's something else that needs to get fixed today as well. So like if I'm to come, let's see, we can get rid of this code that I was saving from before. Let's just make some notes. So remove, serialize, deserialize as appropriate. Update front controllers to remove references to test case. Remove V1 and V2 test case implementations. Those feel like a few things we need to get done today. And all my tests are passing, other than my one skip. I believe there's just the one skip now. Yeah, there it is again, TDNet runner. And we sort of knew TDNet was broken, so we'll go fix the broken TDNet runner. Which, you know, if all things work according to plan, we'll actually be able to start using the TDNet runner in Visual Studio again, which is going to make at least one person on Earth happy. All right. All right. So, given this list of stuff, let's see. Where do I want to go? I guess this stuff is probably first. Can't really remove the implementations until they're not being used for any reason. So let's go to XUnit 1. Let's see if we can figure out why it's taking ITestCase and what we can do about it. So in the case of find, my guess is that this thing is manufacturing test cases. Yeah, so here you go. Here's a test class. Test class, test method, test case, and then discovery of a serialization of that test case. Which, all right. The run side, using test cases, run test collection, taking test cases, grouping them by test class. It's kind of an interesting notion, right? So do we run a test class? Okay. Test cases in the test class. Run tests. On type and methods. This is really what it comes down to, is we need strings. And the implementation of the executor is happy to take just strings. So the information that we have for a test case really just needs to be type names and method names. So the first thing we need to do is we need our serialization here in find, right? So find is constructing this big test case hierarchy of stuff just so that we can come here and serialize that hierarchy. But if we don't actually need that, what if we actually need is just the test case, the test class name, and the method name for our serialization. That seems like all we're going to need here. Okay, this is a pretty substantial change, but a good path forward. All right, so let's look at V2. So V2 can be different from V1 because V1, the communication mechanism is XML, so there's strings that go across that app domain border. Whereas in V2, we have the actual abstractions that go across the app domain border. So if I come look for XUnit 3 test case for V2, that's the V2 version here, this is going to look like just wrappers around the V2 test case. The API of which is fairly similar. And all of these are presumably serializable. So this is actually a 2, which is the run side. We have bulk deserialize. I'm not 100% sure whether we need that. Since we run the serialization, we want to deserialize that into I feel like if we go to now actually to Discoverer, the find on this is basically adapting the messages on the way back. So let's go to the message sync. Let's see. So we're going to take discovery test case discovery messages. The serialization of the test case here is actually the serialization from V2. So we don't need to define our own serialization for V2, which is good. So XUnit 2, when it does this bulk deserialize, is actually using the old abstractions ITestCase, right? So this is from V2, XUnit abstractions. So that's fine, because that's what V2 is going to need. So does V2 have any... Like, I think V2 is going to be easier. I don't think V2 has any notion of needing our XUnit 3 test case outside of passing it along. Right, so we don't even have any references right now. No references to even construct one of these anymore. Because this used to just wrap a test case. And I believe the discoverer, if I come look at XUnit 2 discover and the changes I've already made, probably just deleted the usages of it already. When we serialize this thing, I really thought somewhere in here we were setting. Oh, you know what? It's not here. It's in the message sync adapters, or the message sync. Right. So this used to have references to this so that it could put the test case here. That line of code is now just gone. So I don't think anybody's actually using any of these classes anymore. All right, so how many users we have a test assembly? Test collection uses test assembly. Test case we already looked at. Test class created by test method. Test collection is going to be created by test class. You can just feel that coming, right? Yep. Test method is created by test case. So I'm pretty sure this entire tree just gets to go away. That was weird. Nobody cares. Yep, and nobody cares. All right, so that's done for V2. That's nice. Let's go ahead and run the V2 tests and make sure that that's okay. I feel like the font on that's a little bit small. Oh, that's better. Actually, the font in Visual Studio is kind of small now that we think about it. Oh, that was not the font I thought it was. Okay. I'd like to make the font bigger for you guys because I assume the streaming makes quality not as good as me sitting in front of a 4K monitor 18 inches from my face. Okay. So no issues then running V2 tests. There are some XUnit 2 tests which live in, where do you live? You live in run a utility tests. Let's go ahead and run a utility tests just for fun. Don't show that again. Okay. That looks good. So that didn't break anything. So it's going to be X unit 1 that's going to be the problem child here, isn't it? What is the easiest way to sort of slice this up? I think the first thing is, for starters, we don't even have serialized usages anymore, so we can get rid of that. Okay. Let's see. A lot of ITestClass, ITestCase nonsense in here. So when we looked at it, what we need to do is we want the things operations we're going to need to do on whatever this thing is called is we want to be able to filter by the class, and we need to filter by the method, right? Sorry, I need to blow my nose. Okay, sorry about that. So we need to be able to, we need to test class, we need to test name, test method name. I don't think we need anything else in that, but the easiest thing for us to do would be to, what in the world is that? What in the world is that? Okay, sorry, shiny bright object. It's a copy of this file? Why is there a copy of this file sitting there? Weird. Okay. So instead of having this whole test case thing, we could have a class here, which we'll just call xunit1 test case. Doesn't have to implement anything. Just needs type name and method name. Pretty sure. Mm-hmm. Nah, do it like we normally do it. Use our normal pattern of let's just go grab one of these messages. That is not the key I wanted. Okay. Do that for type name. You're going to want some summaries, which is fine. We'll come back and add real summaries later. But I just want your red squigglies to go away for the moment. So the serialization of this can be pretty simple. I mean, I could just put serializable on here and just take the serialization. So actually, that's probably what I'll do to start. I could optimize it better later. Okay, so now that I have this, what I need is during discovery, I need to return these. So that's going to be this find. So we need all the unique IDs in order to be able to do a test case discovered. I'm not 100% sure where all these unique IDs come from, but we'll fix that up, right? What do the tests for this look like? Find. Given this XML, I want you to give me back test case discovered messages that have stuff on them. Should we test the serialization here? What else that's inside this discovered test case should we be looking at? There's unique IDs. Let's see. So there's unique ID. We did skip reason. We didn't do source files. We just assumed that we don't have those, I guess. We did display name. We did test class with namespace. We didn't do test class. We should make sure we have some things with namespaces. Don't think we do here. Yes, that's run. Pull some of this stuff up, get out of the way. So that was run, so we should definitely have some stuff with namespaces. Don't care about any of this stuff. Namespace 1. Outer type 1. Type 1. So that's got some namespaces on it. All right, so this is going to be namespace 1. Outer type 1 plus type 1 here. We want the namespace. It should be alphabetized. That's going to bug me. Namespace 1 is the namespace. Test case, test namespace. So what else did we have that we haven't checked yet? So we got test class. We got test class. We don't have test class. This should just be type 1. Test case, test class. And then we said unique IDs we'll get to. Method we've got. Namespace we've got now. Traits we've got. So we don't have serialization or unique IDs. The display name That one had its own custom display name. Okay. So that should work. Let's run a utility test. That's already our default. Okay, that's surprising. So 112. This is type 1, right? So we got here 112. Run that again. Expected a full name, we got a short name. Let's go fix that. Test class with namespace is the type name. Type name is what comes out of type. Test class is class. That was okay. Test class is namespace should be type name. I'm very confused by this. Let's see what's going on. What it was? Oh. Did I just script the test? Oh my goodness. That was just a bad test. Okay, so this shouldn't have a plus sign in it, because that's not how the short name works. So that means my short name logic is wrong. This is why we need these tests. All right, so here we got the namespace, but we should be looking for we now need type name, last index of, and we'll start here. And we'll do that instead. No? Oh, I'm supposed to be looking for plus here, not dot. I knew that. I must be missing this on the XUnit 2 side as well, because XUnit 2 should have this bug. Because I definitely copy pasted that code over in XUnit 2. I'm still confused. Hmm. Okay. Namespace index is 10. Inner class index. What? That makes no sense. Yeah, that makes no sense. Type name has a plus in it. Type name, last index of plus 21. What? How is that not a bug in .NET? Oh my god. Okay. Fine. Yeah, how's that not a bug? What's my timestamp? 4215. Alright, 4215. Last index of bug. Annoy David Fowler. Just because he's back in snowy Seattle again. I can annoy him with stupid .NET Framework bugs. Okay. Class is now the shortened version already, so we just do a last index of, which is now 10, which is great. Class should now be type 1. Our test should now pass. And nobody cares about that. Okay. Let's see, XE2 discover tests. No? XE2 tests then? So we already have this set up here. We probably just don't have the asserts set up correctly yet. Okay, these asserts are nowhere near good enough. So there's our skip test. We skip. I'm going to move this one up here. This is going to be our inner class test. We're going to have a whole bunch of stuff here. I want to test. Unique IDs, might as well. I'm here, right? Skip reason. Source file path. Actually, I'm going to skip source file path. Test case display name. Test case unique ID. Test class. Test class unique ID. Test class with namespace. Test collection ID. Test method. Test method unique ID. Test namespace. And you have no traits. They're going to be null. We already know that. The rest of these, we're just going to have to run them and get their values. Make sure that we agree with their values. Unique IDs are going to be what unique IDs are going to be. I don't know if I want to test unique IDs. Part of the problem with testing unique IDs as an acceptance test is this is something that gets written to disk in a temporary folder, or maybe gets written into memory. I'm not 100% sure. I don't remember. But the unique IDs are probably going to change as environments change. Serialization, though, because this is a fact, should be the simple fact serialization. I like it. And the display name, we already know the display name because we pulled it up by its display name. So test class should just be class 2. That's going to be wrong. We know that because of the bug. This is namespace 2 is our namespace. Stop it. Paste, not build. Oh. When your fingers are off in one position, they're off all the time. Test method should just be test method, right? And, oh, this is a namespace. Sorry. This is test class with namespace. That should be that. So we think 119 is going to fail. Also go away. Oh, this is the test collection ID, and it's changing every time. So we can't do a whole equals here. We have to do a starts with, which is fine. That's why we can't check the unique IDs, because unique IDs are changing every time we run. And this is where our plus bug is. So let's go steal the fix from here, which is this. And we decided that that was in, I don't understand what these files are. It's temp files. I feel like maybe it's antivirus. Oh, I had too much on the, that's the method, that's not the class. Okay, that's better. Okay. So at the moment we do serialization helper serialize on the test case. We would like to have a different test case. So I don't know if we can, what we can do about unique IDs here yet either. These classes have their own unique IDs in them. They use the unique ID generator. They don't have to be like that, though. Like, this could be something like this. And then the assembly name. Or the assembly path. Assembly name is there. Assembly path is not. Where did this test collection come from? We have one test collection for everybody? We do. We have a test assembly and a test collection for everybody. Which is also where our test assembly information comes from. Are we storing that any other way? Assembly file name. Okay, that makes sense. Assembly file name. Test collection unique ID, since we have one. Basically the same thing, except you're a collection. Test class unique ID. Actually, you should be the whole type name, right? Not just the simple class name. So test method unique ID. v1 method type name method name. Where's our other unique ID? Test case unique ID. Going to be the same thing because we have a one for one. Test cases to test methods in v1. So there's all of our unique IDs. These are now very testable, right? So we have assembly unique ID, test case unique ID, test class unique ID, test collection unique ID, test method unique ID. I think that's it for unique IDs, right? Yep, that's it for unique IDs. All right, let's get you all in the right place. Test method, unique ID, test collection, unique ID, test class, unique ID, test case, unique ID. Whoops, that was wrong. Test case, unique ID. So your v1 assembly with the assembly file name, which we apparently did not put the assembly file name in here. Gonna have to fix that. Assembly file name comes from, actually it's passed in, isn't it? So when I create one of these, the OS specific assembly path, that's going to be my path name. Let's make sure that one works. Good. That one passed. So this is going to be v1 case this dot method one. And this is going to be the test class. This is going to be the collection. OS specific assembly path. I don't know if this is enough. It's kind of like I need the OS specific assembly path to be part of these others as well. Otherwise, they're not unique enough. Hmm. Yeah, that's true. It's going to be need to be tacked on the end of everybody. V1 method. That's how we know we're keeping it unique. Okay. All right, so that's one dependency on the test case now gone. We're not using it for its unique IDs anymore. So now the only reason I need test case is for the rest of this stuff. So this is skip reason. This is source information. Where'd you come from, source information? Okay, let's do this. Default of I source information. Okay. Display name is here. Now, display name gets passed into the test case as a null. And we use that instead. So that logic now gets pushed out here. And we have test case traits, which are here. Okay, now we're just looking at test case for the serialization. Renew it up and serialize it. Let's make sure none of that has broken any of our tests. Okay. We got unique IDs. We don't have a test yet for serialization. I think I would really like to have a simple serialization, but since it's going to be pretty constant, like right now, that's going to be a big giant thing. Yeah, that's a big giant thing right now. We'll go ahead and get you to pass with the big giant thing, but we're about to change it, so I'll go ahead and leave object there for now. Okay. Let's just do this real quick. Method name is type name. We're just going to serialize the v1 test case. We'll go ahead and keep creating the rest of these. That might break other things. Yeah, it did. It's okay though. My serialization is much smaller now, but it's still pretty large. As I control serialization, I don't necessarily have to make this thing serializable. And in fact, we can take the exact same serialization stuff that we took from V3, V2, and V3. Let's try that. And our other failures are going to be because the serialization is now failing, which I'm okay with. So we have some cleanups that need to be done here. Type name and method name. And then this is skip reason. This probably all has to be in parentheses because of the ternary coding we're missing a namespace for. And now I kind of feel like don't need this v1 test case. We might actually get rid of it. This comment actually belongs up here now. You're really an encoded skip reason, not an escaped one. So I would like to see some serialization tests on all these. Maybe the rest of that as well. Okay. That's not going to be right. Got skip reason, we've got test case display name. Cut it out. Test case unique ID, we don't have test class yet. We need test class. Test class unique ID. Test class of namespace we have. Test collection unique ID we don't. Test method we do. Test method unique ID we don't. Test namespace we don't. And traits we don't. Let's go fix all these up. So this is going to be special type skipped method. This is just special type. This is that. And namespace is going to be null, right? Okay. Type 1 special type. What did I miss? Oh yeah, special type. Makes sense. Should be back down to now the 2 failings. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Should have 13 tests in each, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Just need to get that serialization. Okay. Well, it's the serialized half. We already deleted serialize. So what we need now is deserialize to take in this new format, which that's not going to work. And that's why these are failing. Because these are calling serialization helper in deserialize. Trying to deserialize that string. It doesn't know what in the world to do with that. But the other thing is we don't really want ITestCase objects out of this anyway. We want XUnit1 test case objects out of here, right? And we just saw that we also need skip reason. All right, those are the 3 things we put in the serialization. XUnit test framework executor undoubtedly has a deserialize that we can steal. Okay. This is going to be a v1f, right? Right. This is going to be a v1f. So we'll go ahead and document what this looks like. Looks like one of these. So this is a v1f type name, method name, skip reason. So the link needs to be at least 6. And just start with v1f. And index is 6, right? Because 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's where we start, is 6. And we want 3 parts. If we fall out the end, you return null. Okay. Ugh. So part 0 is a type. We need to get the type. Discover value assembly info, get type. Except we don't actually need a type, do we? Because we just need to construct this as strings. We should just be able to say return a new XU test case. Type name is parts 0. Method name is parts 1. Skip reason is parts 2 equal to null. It's null, otherwise it is this. Except parts 2. That was right. Was it? I understand. Format. Where's the formatting done? It's down here somewhere, right? From the find method. Okay, so that's going to get us test cases back. Got a red light down here because this thing is expecting ITestCase. Which is fine. We just want to be an XUnit1 test case. There's a whole bunch of test case tests that are using this. Okay, I guess we'll have to go fix that. That's fine. Test collection is... Do we actually need a test collection? So this assembly name, assembly path, we already have unique IDs for this. The assembly unique ID we constructed in find, we should be able to actually precede, right? which we can. Actually, that's not what I thought it was. How much of this stuff is not necessary anymore? This type name. This is method name. I'm okay with that being a local. This name and assembly path we need to be pulling in somewhere else. So there's two things we need. So we need a pre-cook test assembly unique ID. That's easy enough, right? Test assembly unique ID. Test assembly unique ID. That. We have reason to believe we don't need either of these anymore. Or that, or that. Pre-cooked that already. We test assembly name, I knew that. And we're not done down here. So we need test assembly name. Read only string test assembly name. Whatever the logic is that we're using in XUnit 3 test assembly for v1. That's this. That's this. In theory, this could return null because this could return null, but reality is it shouldn't. Good, they did decorate that correctly then. Not null if not null path. Okay, good. So that all looks okay. These get to go away. That goes away. This goes away. This goes away. That goes away. simplified version of that. So now we're back down here. We don't need a test collection. We'll just say, I don't think we need the first test. Let's do this. Test cases is test cases to list. So this is test assembly name. This is assembly file name. Cut that up. This is config file name. You're short enough to all be on one line now. Oh, and I didn't even need you anyway. I don't need you to reconstruct that for me. This is test assembly name. This is assembly file name. That's test assembly unique ID. This is config file name. Run test collection. Let's see. You guys should all be an IList. So you can be test cases list. You don't need that. You definitely don't need that. That's test assembly unique ID. Test collection class is null. Test collection display name. Yeah, so if I open up XUnit 3 test collection, this is your display name. Collection definition was null. We knew that. So this is assembly file name. Test collection unique ID we can also precede. I know in find we're computing it, but it's also a constant for the assembly. So your test collection unique ID. Test collection unique ID. Test collection unique ID is that. You are an IList of XUnit 1 test case. This is test assembly unique ID. Results is an XUnit 1 summary. Test assembly unique ID grouped by the class. So this is test class. Type name, sorry. We don't need a compare for test cases anymore, that's for sure. Group by the type name. Run a test class. You shouldn't need to pass the assembly unique ID to it. Shouldn't need to pass the collection unique ID to it. Test class group key, test class to list, message sync. Okay, I'm okay with that. So test class, you're going to be an IList of X unit 1 test case. You don't need those. So let's go back. Key is a string. Run a test class. You're an ITest class? No, you're not. You are a type name. Okay. You're a test assembly unique ID. Okay, that guy's done. What's failing up here? Oh yeah, your test assembly unique ID. Okay. Test class callback handler is taking the wrong type of test cases. That's fine. X unit 1 test case. All right, you need to be an X unit 1 test case. All right, we're going to come back to this in a minute. Let's finish up X unit 1. You're almost done. Test class, your type name. You're the test collection unique ID. You're the test collection unique ID. Your method name. I wish you to run the type name. Method names. Test assembly unique ID. Test collection unique ID. We have no hint of ITestCase here anymore. And we're getting close to being able to delete this stuff. We're halfway there. We got to the test case level, and now this, or test class level, now this test class callback handler is going to do the rest. Test cases. Current test. Send test case messages when appropriate. So you need to be an X unit 1 test case. The last test case needs to be an X unit 1 test case. Oh, that's not what I meant. So we need the assembly unique ID, we need the collection unique ID, we need the class unique ID, we need the method unique ID because all these things are going in here. Which I guess means those things need to end up in here. We need assembly unique ID. We need test collection unique ID. Test collection unique ID. Test class unique ID. Test case unique ID. I'll put get setters on here right now. We're going to come back and fix those up in a minute. Missed test method unique ID. Let's go get that. Now I feel like renaming some of these things already. All right, this should be test class, and this should be test method. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. Test class. I know, gotta put some summaries in here. I know. And this should be test method. Test method. Okay. So this is a test method. I feel like the value of having these extracted out here is now sort of gone. Test class. Method. Okay. Test method versus test method. Hmm. We don't have these. The assumption is that the source information provider would have put them in there. I don't know if I can use my custom serialization thinking about this now. Because I need this and I need this. Like all this and this for that matter. I'm going back to this being serializable now. Source file path. Wondered about that. We're going to need the traits. Hmm. Okay. A test case display name. So that fixes all of that. Hmm. Current test is an ITest. Assembly uniquity, test case, test case. All this could be done with an X Unit 1 test case. Assembly unique ID, test case unique ID, test class unique ID, test collection unique ID, test method unique ID. Test unique ID. Hmm. So right now we're using this current test index against test case. Some test case messages when appropriate. Hmm. There's no start node for skip tests or with action prior to 1-1. Makes sense. This logic looks slightly wrong. It only sets it if there wasn't one previously, but it's kind of like the skip would get reported for the wrong test. Hmm. Think about that one. I need a quick bio break, so I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to run a 30-second ad. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's see. Okay, so we do reset current test down to null down there at the bottom. That's fine. That's good. I think the only thing we really need is the index because we don't need current test at all. We just need to increment the current test index. We have a start, which we use to count to send the test case messages when appropriate. Interesting is, I understand this to-do comment now about dispatching send test case notices when appropriate. Because we can't rely on this to have done that. Because basically all this is doing is incrementing the test counter, which we would have conditionally done down here anyway, but now I'm going to do all the time. Right? Stashing off the current test, which I don't need. Send test case messages when appropriate, which is, hey, we've hit another test case. Well, we're looking at a test case, and we might need to send messages about it. Which we do down here. Let me not delete that yet. So let's get rid of this too. This or X unit prior to 1.1 I don't even care about. Perfectly fine saying if you're using X unit V1, you should be using 192 since it's 8 years old at this point. First of all, why are you still using it? Well, certainly you shouldn't be using 1.0, which is 14 years old at this point. So no start node for skip tests. I don't need this to do anymore because this is the logic that's done in start. Right? Send test case messages when appropriate. And a test starting. So the value of doing this in response to start as opposed to in response to test is that it's timed better. Right, you do get to find out that a test has started, and if it takes a long time to run, then it takes a long time to run. That makes sense. The only thing we need of this is type and method, and we know we have type and method here anyway, right? We could just say on start with our XML. Rather than duplicate this right here. I don't know how a test case with a skip wouldn't be the same as the last test case, but I could put a note here, which is but now I don't have to have that weird to do. Trying to understand what's going on here. So we assume that this will set current test. And in the process, increment the current test index. But if I'm going to do on start here, excuse me. So if I'm going to do on start here, and I'm going to always do this increment. Then I don't need this increment here. What if this was an int? Now I don't want to call on start. Because if I'm going to leave this here, I don't want to double increment. All right, let's bring that code back. There we go. Try again. Why were these things ever being passed? Current test. You just need the test case now. They can pull the current test ID out of current test ID. Current test index. So all we need to do is we need a unique ID generator for test case unique index, and the test ID. Test index. We're going to need that again. I can just feel that. X unit 1 test case. You're a test case. You are X unit 1 test case, test case. Here's the unique ID. This is a test display name, not a test case display name. The question is, what XUnit 3 test? You were given a display name. So when we were newing up the test, yeah, you just took, this is the display name here. All right, so we want to make sure that when we pass that through, that gets passed through here. This is going to be an XUnit 1 test case. It's going to be an XUnit 1 test case. XUnit 1 test case. Force much chance for caching is to be expensive recomputing unique IDs. Ha 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 ha! We're not. We don't have the have. Where did we get them from? Yeah, that's a to-do that is now gone. Okay, let's get up here. Current test is not equal to null, then we need 2 tests starting on the test case and the test display name. Two tests starting now also wants the test display name here. So I need it in both those places. That can be a test case check because this won't be null as soon as that is not null. So just testing for that to not be null is sufficient anyway. So you also need test display name. I kind of wonder whether I should just run on start here. Like I'm looking at this thinking I should run on start here. got all the same stuff in it. Where's my XUnit1 docs? XML docs. So start has name type and method. And the other thing we're handling here is test. Test also has name type and method. Okay. So that now does all of this as appropriate. Couldn't get us a current test. Sending the on start. Test starting, sorry. Okay. So this is a result, and then the current test goes back to null. Which is good. Basically, current test is now tracking whether or not we have sent the start message. This can be moved down here. Test case messages when appropriate. All right, nothing down here was using current test. So we've seen start for a valid test case, which means we need to increment the index. And we come back down here and we say Let's see. This doesn't quite feel right. The reason it doesn't quite feel right is like I want to know whether my test cases are the same. Send test case messages when appropriate. So this is what's saying, hey, test case finished. This feels like where we should be saying I haven't seen start yet. Because start is essentially a test case, I think. No, must not be. I mean, this logic must be okay. All right. All right. So down here we've got stuff that needs to be fixed up. You need a test unique ID, which we decided was got one around here somewhere. Where you at? There you are. Okay. Really need to go take a look at this. Changes to this class. Because man, I changed a lot. This font looks terrible in italics. What are we using over here? Ubuntu mono, nerd font mono. Ubuntu mono, nerd font mono. Complete. Ugh. Fonts and Windows, why do you suck so hard? Ubuntu Mono Nerd Font Complete Mono. Of course, it's Complete Mono and not Mono Complete. Nothing works. How about a font face picker, Sublime Merge? This is partly your fault. All right, well, you know what? I'll take the default font and I'll worry about it later. All right, here's X-Unit 1 test case. There's our find. This didn't need to come here. This start scene came down here instead. And we need a display name for that. I'm going to start staging some of this stuff. If we haven't seen start, then simulate it. Current test, test case, test case. Wasn't as special as I thought it was. And then skipped. It's interesting that we can only set a test failed if the XML is properly formatted, but I guess we just have to assume the XML is going to be properly formatted. And we send test case through, not current test, and then we reset that to false. Good. Yeah, that all looks good. These are all current. That all looks good. To-do's gone away because I'm not doing, actually these were being computed every time, but that went away anyway. Okay. Yep, this all looks okay. You know what I'd really love is a better, like a word style diff. It's weird to me that I don't get a word style diff here. All right, where's my command prompt? Yeah, see, this doesn't do a word style either unless I ask for word style. Test class callback handler. Just go ahead and color words, that's fine. Mostly what I'm looking for here, the reason I like having it colored is I want to make sure that I didn't accidentally delete anything from all the properties I'm setting. I did a lot of copy paste and did it pretty quick. So that all looks okay then. Okay. So that means running utility should be building close to building now. We just need to set up all the guards for all this stuff and the private variables. Whoops, that one was okay already. Oh, just case display name. Method unique ID. That's the last one, huh? Okay, so we gotta go undo our little serialization trip here. Let's go back to X Unit 1. Everybody else can go away for the moment. So our deserialize should go back to serialization helper. And our serialization. Serialization of the test case, which we haven't created yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. U2. Oops. That's supposed to be the type name. Did it again. Method name. Traits. So this is our test case unique ID. This is our test case display name. So our test class unique ID. This is our test method unique ID. I think that's all of it, right? Okay. So if I go to my tests, serialization is going to be constant but enormous. Very likely I have broken other things in the tests. Guess we'll find out. Pluscast callback handler tests. We'll come back and fix you in a minute. Knew you were going to be done. Run test cases. Run with test cases. All right, we're going to comment you out for a minute. You're going to be broken anyway. I think that curly brace needs to be commented out. Actually, all of these run tests are going to be broken because we changed the signature of run to not take XUnit 3 test cases anymore, but instead to take XUnit 1 test cases. Right. Enormous. Is it worth testing, or should I just say not null? I think this includes serialization of test case where we're going to try and deserialize it is going to be good enough. And that's actually the only other thing that's broken. So let's just not test serialization here. It's kind of a weird thing too because this is a non-nullable property. So this deserialize, which is one of the things that was broken before that we need to basically validate. Okay. Include serialization of test case. You need to be an XUnit 1 test case, not an XUnit 3 test case. Okay. I made a change in here? Really? I'm about to delete all these things, I think. So we have XUnit 3 test case tests and XUnit 1 tests Nobody's using that, so now basically we just have XUnit 1 test, XUnit 3 test case tests, which we're going to delete. So all of that can go away now. It's so weird when I delete a folder, Visual Studio decides to just disappear. All right. Should have some broken tests because XUnit 3 test case is going to say where'd XUnit 3 test cases go? They went away. See you later. So the running utility test should be all back to passing now, right? Okay, that's a good sign. I guess let's fix XUnit 1 test before test class callback handler tests. This is the enormous sort of acceptance level test. Which doesn't need to be a theory anymore. Everybody always gets serialized. There's no sense testing serialization or not. Run with test cases. So run has a run with serialized test cases. Or a run with XUnit 1 test cases. And the only thing it's using is these tests. Although this is also using it. Test cases is a new array into which we will place a new XUnit 1 test case. All right, these things are big. I feel like that's why we had this create method down here that I killed. We'll let the factory method do our job for us. Oh, these have a skip reason on them. Sure, I don't use any of that in any of these tests. can be fakes. Okay, or can they? Maybe they shouldn't be fakes. Not totally fakes anyway. Config file name should have gone into the unique ID too. Thinking about that. It's gonna break some tests. It's okay, we'll fix them. Okay, run's still gonna be broken, but I just broke find because I changed all the unique IDs. So I do want to go fix that first. End up with null on the end of a bunch of stuff. That should fix them all. I missed 146. Sure did. Now what? Okay. Let's go back to getting our mega run test going. Let's go ahead and roll up find. Wow, Visual Studio, you are just dying hard. I'm gonna kill it and restart it. See if that makes it happier. Telesens shouldn't have 5-second delays in it. You're not trying to prevent curse words. Type name is going to be, this is type 1. Method name is passing. Wow. Wow. You're just terrible at life. It's just it. Okay. Let's copy this. Skipping with start. Just collection. This is testing exactly what? Weirdly feeling like I was testing XUnit 3 test case logic. How is that not XUnit 3 test case logic? We don't have any of that stuff anymore. Okay, so when the executor says run type 1, we get a start, a test, a start, a test, and a class. When the executor asks to run type 2, we get skip, we get a test, we get a start, we get a test, we get a class. Should result in all these messages. I think the unique IDs are going to be wrong. So this is type 1. Do I hardcode these because I know what's coming? Feels like maybe that's what I should be doing, is I hardcode these because I know what's coming. All right, let me undo all of these. And then I'll just replace them all as they fail. I didn't expect that. 347. That feels like the wrong thing. You see that? Where'd you get a full path name from? Nobody asked you to pass a full path name. Or did we? These should be XUnit 1 test cases. We say run these test cases. The XUnit 1 was a testable XUnit 1 OS specific assembly path. Okay, let's not do that then. Let's make this with just assembly.dll and config for the config name. Okay, feeling less out of control now. That's better. Replace all of those with that. We have this. Really? Really? I guess it's not actually using any of these other things. Okay. The rest of them must be getting computed, which I'm okay with. F77. Now we're back to not computed. Now that's weird. $368. How come test collection unique ID isn't this? How come it is not this? Alright, I'm a little confused now. By the way, I don't think I needed to put any of these unique IDs in here, because I don't think anything is going to use them. But I might as well, right? So how come this one is computed? Right, when I run this, 360 doesn't fail. 368 fails. We're all the way down here. Why is that one computed? Yeah, where'd you come from? Test collection starting. The only place, test collection ID that's going in there. Oh my god. Oh my god, stop computing it. Oh, okay. I get it. So you need to be that. We need to make sure anytime we're newing up, that one's fine. That one's fine. That one's fine. That one's we just fixed. It's okay. We shouldn't be using, this is what I should be looking for is unique ID generator. Okay, no more unique ID generator. Um, so the only unique ID generator that should be in here is for test unique ID. That should be based on 1, 2, 3, 4. That's fine. So we're back here now, right? Why are you null? First of all, system text apparently not necessary anymore. Task class is starting. Oh, we just didn't. Did I compute it and I deleted it? Actually, that's a good point. That was dumb. I actually did need to keep that computation. Think. Or I need to set it like this. So no test method starting here. There's discovery starting. Test assembly starting. Test collection starting, which has collection ID. Test class starting. Is test method starting? Is that all down here? There is test method starting. And it's getting pulled out of the test case. Actually, that's a good point. Why is the test class starting? I have the test case, right? It's already in here, isn't it? The assumption is that we have a non-zero number of these. I mean, I don't think that'll ever happen just because that's the way we group it, but might as well put that there just for a little peace of mind. Now we're pulling values from the test case. So that's interesting that these were not pulled from the test case, but these are. I feel like these should be. So we don't have assembly name, we don't have assembly path, we do have assembly unique ID, we don't have config file path. I guess that's the only thing we're pulling out of there. We don't need a temporary variable. I guess we're not keeping that, are we? Well, this is going to be wrong now, which it should be. If I give it to you in a test case, don't second guess me. Which means this is wrong now too. Interesting that I had this half right. Now who? 65. Test class starting. So there's F77. Down here for our test unique ID. Well, that's interesting. Oh, that's the display name. 387. Oh, our test case unique ID. Sorry, that was fabricated before. Come on. What the hell's wrong with this thing? Place that with that. Jeez, oh Pete's. This one is going to be computed. It's going to be type 2 skipping. Definitely want to make sure I run these on the Linux side. Make sure we don't have any failures there. Once these are in. Those are the last three. That's unexpected. 508. Test class finished. Oh yeah, of course. This should be using test class startings, assembly unique ID, test class startings, collection ID. Given that, how many usages of these unique IDs do we actually have now? Discovery starting, that makes sense. Creation of the test case. Test case discovered, it's the same thing. Though I'll, be consistent anyway. So discovery started, discovery complete, and the test case. Test collection is the test case. Which makes me feel like we shouldn't pre-cook this. Thought we needed to pre-cook it because of all the other stuff, but the reality is we should be pulling it from the test case. Okay, BE98. BE98. There's 302. And then 0515. You're actually computed because you're a test ID. Okay. Looking good. Looking good. Okay, good. I'm going to assume if I don't have compiler errors that I should just pass. That means we weren't using anything from the old test cases. Just need to pass them along. Let's just go ahead and uncomment everybody. No red lights, right? Apparently we don't need XUnit here anymore. Okay. What in the what? I don't understand. What? Oh, it's in this class. Oh my god. Okay. Simple case. Let's just go ahead and replace XUnit 3 test case with XUnit 1 test case in here. So you need to create test case to exist. Which I feel like I should go steal from Unit 1 tests. Which, by the way, includes a bunch of stuff nobody ever used, but it's okay. Okay. Good. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, let's go take a look over here in the working directory and see what we got going on. Definitely deleted Unit 1 test case, or added Unit 1 test case. We did make sure that there's something about serialization in here, right? But there wasn't necessarily anything about. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, before I'm willing to add Unit 1 test case, you should come back unstaged. So I want to make sure that you get tests. And the Unit 3 test case tests are probably a good place to pull that from. This, so we'll come back to you in a minute. Back to you in a minute. So, test class callback handler tests basically turn Unit 1 test cases into Unit 3 test cases. That's good with that. Unit 1 tests put a lot more asserts in. Make sure the deserialization is an Unit 1 test case. We don't have to yes, no on serialization. We just always do it. Oh, I understand. This is not. Yeah. We should actually. I should bring this back. This is actually doing something different than I thought it was. It's calling it a different run method. That should still run though, just twice, slightly differently. Okay, better. Okay. So this is just making XG1 test cases, and we need to pass constant values through here so that we got better constant values for all of our stuff. This never made any sense to me. Still not clear why this is. Like, this is a test case test. This is not an XG1 test. Okay, those all look good. That all looks good. We test a bunch of stuff here which hasn't been tested before, which is good, instead of just making sure that it showed up. That. So all the test case classes can go away now. Unit 1. Don't need system text anymore. Right, right. So instead of stashing a test collection and a map of test classes, we just stash the test assembly name and unique ID. How often do we use test assembly name? That feels like a one and done. Discovery starting. Test assembly starting. Hmm. Okay. Two places is good enough to cache it and stash it. I'm okay with that. Makes sense. Makes sense. Objects don't get created anymore. Source information is good. This is our new X-Unit 1 test case. Test case discovered. Almost all this stuff that I stopped pulling from the test case, I could actually probably go back to pulling from the test case. Source information is an interesting one. I don't think that landed in the test case, did it? Did. Source file path and source line number. Did. Do you feel like... Where are we here? About 270. Class and namespace are the new unique ones, right? Traits, you can go back to being Same traits as the test case. All right, now everything comes out of test case except for class and namespace because those need to be specially split. Of course, we need to serialize the test case there. Okay, I like this. I like how these got all quite compacted. A little bit of simplification is always a good thing in my book. Okay, you're all good. So 3 test assembly went away. So this is the V2 stuff now. We fixed the bug in message sync. So now we've got these deleted test case tests and a new test case with no tests. So let's go make some test case tests. Okay, so if you're the only thing, roll up, run a utility tests, you'd be in frameworks v1, unit 1 test case tests. And let's comment everybody out because we really don't know what we're going to want. Except we know your X unit 1 test case tests. That's the thing we know. Default behavior in the constructor. Doesn't even have a constructor. It's funny, he's even using this create method. Interesting that I went with a constructor for this, but just properties for the other. Okay, I don't feel like any of the constructor tests matter. Serialization feels like something that probably matters. Can round trip public class public test method. Let's go steal this create. Probably don't care. It's gonna be display name. God bless America. So we've got a type name, we've got a method name. Don't care about any of that stuff. Don't care about any of that stuff. Don't care about any of that stuff. Or that stuff. We're We brought in skip reason, we brought in traits, we brought in display name. Okay, is this gonna work? Can't cast an X-Unit 1 test case to an ITestCase. Serialization helper serialize, serialization helper deserialize. Oh yeah, Which means this doesn't need to be there. Okay. Don't know why this would matter, but we'll make sure. If at some point this mattered, I don't think it matters anymore, because it's all just strings. Starting to look passable outside now. That's good. Don't think I'm going anywhere today, but who knows? Maybe I'll go get some dinner. Private class. Private test method. There you go. Now we're not using strings. Okay, traits are case insensitive, added after. I feel like XUnit 1 test case. Like the only thing I'm worried about serialization wise is the traits. Test case. No. Yeah, see, this is what I was worried about. We definitely need special help with the traits. Okay, let's do this. First thing I want to make sure is that the traits that deserialized aren't null. I need to find some more music. My music just ended. And if I'm not playing music, my headphones will shut off, and then you can't hear me, and then what is the point of it all? Hmm. What am I in the mood for? New album from Soen. And then a new album from Steven Wilson. Given key was not present in the dictionary. Next unit 1 test case tests 87 and 99. 87 and 99. Aha! We weren't ready for you yet. Okay. Let's see. Assert. Collection. Serialized traits. This is for sure not going to pass. No way that's going to pass. Given key was not present in the dictionary. Would it work even with like a lowercase foo? It does, but the case sensitivity stuff is gone. Also, there was probably something in X Unit 3 test case that made sure the traits dictionary that went into it was case insensitive. All right, we'll come back to that in a minute. All right, so what that means is I can't just take regular serializable. I have to be iSerializable. And then I also need an empty constructor now. Yeah, I know, I'm missing XML docs. I'll get there. And I need this. Okay. We don't have a base call because we don't have a base class for this. And then this is just what we need to do. Stuff like that. I would like you to just be iSerializable, get object data. That'd be fine. We definitely want to steal that. And then the other half of that, and get object data. Going to be stuff like that. And when we deserialize the traits, that's how we get case insensitivity. Okay. So we need assembly unique ID, info get string, assembly unique ID. Skip reason is info get string skip reason. You're mad because nullable. And we do what? We put guards around it? Yeah, guard not null. Okay, source file path. Source file path. Source line number. Source line number. Test collection unique ID. This is get. Oh. Hmm. That's interesting. Does this not have source information in it? I thought it did. It's probably a test. Where would the source information be? I would have thought it would have been here. Yeah, it's here. It's not getting serialized. I don't know if we just expect it to be reconstructed later, or we just don't care. Seems weird though, right? Base display name isn't. Default method display is. Base display name is calculated. I don't think it matters. Options are display name is. Initialization exception shouldn't bother. Method does not. Skip reason is. Source information is not. Test method is. Test method arguments unique ID. Traits is special. Method is, I think, is an iMethod info. And it just pulls that. So it's really just source information doesn't get serialized. That's weird. Well, we'll figure it out. Um, in 32, this is a problem, right? I think what I need to do, because it's nullable, I don't know if I can use get value of t. Maybe I should be using get value of t. The problem is I don't think it knows, probably not going to know what to do with int question mark. String source line number. We're going to go ahead and put you down here at the bottom. Okay. So we did test collection unique ID, test case display name, test case unique ID, test class, oh, test class, test class unique ID, test method unique ID. Those are the last two. Test method unique ID, traits, and then source line number optionalness. Let's grab this, come down here, info, add value, assembly unique ID, assembly unique ID. Oh, you have 15 overloads, huh? Hmm. Okay. bunch of these. There's skip reason, there's source file path. We'll do source line number. It's fine. Case unique ID. Test class. Test class unique ID. Method unique ID. Ah, Mystic Soda. What's with the underscores in the class names? Good question. The underscores in the class names come from naming conflicts between v2 and v3. So like if I have ITestCase as an example, this is in v3, but I also have ITestCase in XUnit abstractions. I'd need somewhere where XUnit abstractions exists. Like these tests would be fine. ITestCase. All right, so that is from v2. So if I name them both ITestCase, then I have potential naming conflicts. They're in different namespaces, but mixing them together is kind of a pain. It is my intention to go back and get rid of as many underscores as I can when there's not any conflicts. But at the moment, I'm sort of in this in-between state where it's going to be what it is, I guess, for a little while. All right, where was I? I was in test case tests. No, I was in a test case finishing serialization. Test method unique, and then we've got traits at the bottom. Okay. I think that should make my test for this pass now. Because the deserialized ones will now be case insensitive. We also have to make sure that when you assign traits, like these default traits, dictionaries need to be case insensitive, but I'll make sure that we have tests for that. I think these tests are going to test that. Deserialized traits, BIF. Hello world. Okay, that should work. Okay. Trait names are case insensitive, added after. This is going to fail right away. Because we don't have we need that there. Added afterwards. Test case traits add foo bar. Foo bar. That was failing because the test was poor. Okay, trait names are case insensitive preceded. That one should now fail. That's because we just take in the traits as is without making a new copy. Which, you know, this one should also have this. But the real problem is we just take this value in. So the dictionary constructor, we can take a compare, but we can't take in values. Okay. This has to be a full-on method now. Alright, so yes, traits is a new dictionary, and if value is not equal to null, then for each in value, we need to traits KVP key is KVP value. That should get us a copy with a case insensitive lookup. Very good. Okay. Wow. Why was this using Cecil? Who was using Cecil? I mean, I vaguely remember bringing in Cecil, but now I don't remember why. Hmm. Anybody using Cecil? Assembly utility uses Cecil to get the test framework type, right? Target framework, I mean. Yeah, this is no idea why that was an executed 3 test cases for V1. Probably because I needed target framework, but I don't anymore. Because I'm not making a full test case. Yeah, that makes sense that those are the places that are using it. Those are the 2 runners. Oh, this album is so good. Sorry I can't share it with you, but you know, Twitch will just yank me off the air. All right. I think I need to come through here and write some XML doc comments now. Hmm. feel like silly comments to write because I name these things fairly obviously, for the most part. Okay. I think that means yeah, that's weird. I copied the XUnit 3 test case tests over here. I don't know where the monosussal came from. Because I don't see monosussal here. Weird. Okay. Stage both of those, because those are our new test case and test case tests. Okay. Run them all, see what happens. It's a big ass change. 53 files changed, 13 files deleted, 2 files added. Oh, that's a lot. It's a long overdue change though. While that's running in the background, let's go open ITestCase. Let's go see who's got references to you. I don't care about tests. Wow, everybody in tests, holy crap. Okay. The V3 core makes sense. V3 core, 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 core. Runner TDNet makes sense. That's it. So I don't think this stuff should be in common anymore. I think that's what I'm coming to. Because who links to common? Core and runner common. Nobody in runner common should need this stuff? Actually, I don't know yet. So the XUnit 3 class, I think is in runner utility. It's in any other branch though. Alright, that's not here. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure that's in runner utility. Feels like this stuff should move. Alright, all the tests are passing, that's good. Alright, so remove serialize, deserialize as appropriate, we did. Update the front controllers to move references to test case, we did. Alright, if I go look at XUnit 1, no ITestCase here. If I go look at XUnit 2, no ITestCase here, right? And if I go look at X-Unit2 Discoverer, right? No ITestCase here anymore either, right? Discoverer has no mentions of it. Executor has no mentions of it anymore. Okay. So that part's done. V1 and V2 test case implementations did. Fix the broken TDNet runner. That's this sitting here. TDNet runner. Right, I got a couple of if falses in here. And let's see. TDNet runner helper also had some if falses. This one. We need to fix both of these. So test case is now test case discovered. This get method class. Let's get method. This is looking for a method info. And this is looking for a type info. However, I don't need the type info for a namespace because I have a namespace. So that's half of it. Run method. I'm trying to match up this method with a method info. So if it's the same method, that's fine. If it's a generic method and it matches the generic method definition of the method, it's fine. Can I test this with just names? It feels like I can test this with just names. But I don't know. Where did get method come from? Uh-huh. We have no calls to get test reference. So I was looking for reflection method info to go get the method info. Well, that's clearly not going to be available. That entire file might as well just go away. So we need app domain, current domain, get type on tc dot test class with namespace. Okay, that's not the get type I thought it was. That's the one from all right, what is the other get type you think I have? No, nobody actually thinks I have another one. Domain, current domain. I thought there was like a way to get the list of types. Suppose I could just do type.getType. See if that works. Returns null. Okay. Why might it throw? Class initializers, type names a generic type, as a pointer type, a biref type, or a void as one of its type arguments. Whatever. Type load, file load, bad image, whatever. Okay, I don't care about any of that. Binding flags. Public. I think that's all I care about. That's going to be method info. What are you complaining about? Test class with namespace might be null. Okay. TC test class with namespace is null. TC test method is null. Return false. That should take care of both of those. Okay, so this runner runs only test methods in a given namespace. This should be fixed now. These are runner tdnet tests. I'm running the wrong tests. Runner tdnet tests. Okay, that's good. So fix that. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and let this run again. Okay. Serialization, that's good. Test data. Trains. Test case discovered. Test case discovered. Nobody's using test class, good. Sync message tests. Serialization. Serialization. Serialization isn't a test option anymore. Type info got namespace and simple name. Executor can't take test cases anymore. Test case discovered doesn't have a test case in it anymore, but it does always have serialization now. By test case. It's also got optionally test class namespace, test method, test namespace, all of those so that we can filter without having a test case. Type info, got namespace and simple name now so we can do filtering. Source information got marked as serializable for some reason. Ironically, not for this reason. Why? Well, I can't do anything about it right now. I'm just going to leave it popped open to remind myself to come back and look at it. Okay, that's okay. That's good. Serialization tests. I don't think there's anything in here. Can serialize and deserialize objects. This is a test that made no sense. Basically saying, does binary formatter work? Why would I write that test? Same collection remained same collection. Yeah, all this stuff got moved elsewhere. Use serialization. No serialization framework options anymore. Test discovery visitor stash is test case discovered now instead of test cases. Serialization not optional anymore. Test case not in discovery anymore. This version of executor went away with its to-do message, which is makes me happy. Serialization not optional anymore. Testing filtering much better now. Much better, much more consistent. So much filter tests. Okay. Framework options got removed. Not in test assembly configuration anymore either. Filters basically got gutted and sort of rewritten. Sort of rewritten. Which is why the tests are better now. Okay. Not an option. Test discovery sync. It takes test case discovereds now. Serialize isn't an option in the command line anymore. So you stop passing around ITestCase, which you're not doing anymore. Good. Command line. Console runner. No serialization option in EMS build. Very good. Uh-oh. Happy hour in 5 minutes. It's true. True story. It's a good thing we're done. And that's based on namespace. These are all based on test case discovered now. Then we have to load up our types. We moved those. These, we literally just wrote these. And these. Serialization is an option. We are asserting on way more stuff now, which is good. This made no sense. These values are much more regular. Okay, good. I like all this stuff. Test case discovery message. Can't have null. It's fine. Can't get at the old test case. That's good. Okay, that's good. Yup. More asserts. We like more asserts. Stephen Wilson time now. Just flipped, didn't we? Yep. Such a great album, by the way. These are 2 albums I've been listening to. New Soen album, Imperial. New Stephen Wilson album, Future Bites. My first 2 albums for 2021. I like it. Okay. Moving on. A lot of stuff is just controller. All these classes that got deleted. Callback handler, just did that today. Unit 1, just did that today as well. Got rid of serialization options. Got rid of all the test classes and all that. Instead we have our new Unit 1 test case. Hmm. Yeah. That was the big change for today, was Unit 1. So our new test case, serialization, they're pretty simple. All right, let me hop in Discord real quick. To let people know I'm going to be a little bit late. Okay. Unit 3 type info. This is wrong. This has got that same bug. Where is this used? And why don't we have a test that's failing because of it? All right, this has got the plus bug. Do I have Unit 3 type info tests? I don't have any tests around this. Last index of last. Let's try not to be stupid about this. Last index of. There we go. Read this. I'll leave a note to myself. Okay. Where'd you go, command prompt? Okay. So classes got deleted. The run method we don't need anymore. Serialization's not optional anymore. Message sync. Discover. Okay. It's the message sync. So Discover is not optional anymore because we always need it for serialization. Serialization's not optional anymore. Why are you null here? That shouldn't be null. Into message sync. This is the protected version. Who uses this? It's an adapter version. Oh, that's why it was optional, right? To adapt for diagnostic messages. Yep, I remember what I did now. That's correct. Because if we try and adapt a test case discovery message and we don't have a discoverer to get the serialization, then we yell at you. Got it. Oops. We've got namespace splitting here again for v2. It's twice for v2. C2 message sync. Where's my notes? And C2 message sync adapter. Okay. What time is it? 5 after. I really need to finish this. Scroll bar's in a good place. I'll be done in another 5 minutes. Yep. These are just type changes. No dash serialize and all the tools stuff. Okay, well I've got some notes for myself. I need to come back to source information to figure out why is it serializable. Why did source information become serializable? Leave that note for myself. I guess I'm not ready to commit. That's fine though. Anyway, that's gonna be it for today. I'm 5 minutes late for my happy hour, so I gotta run. But I want to thank you all for hanging out with me today. I think I should be around this coming weekend, so check back in, I guess. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you next time.